Good morning. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance, please stand. We will be led in prayer by Minister Michelle Milben, Esquire. She is of the National Community Church in Northern Virginia. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our Senate page, Kate Slaughter of Charlottesville.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, creation reminds us today of our obligation to be instruments of your peace. The rushing wind, the flowing water, the birds of the air, the flowering fields, and the budding trees. The earth day by day is surrendered in its obligation to lift up its voice and declare your love, your peace, and your praise. Therefore, empower the servants of this body to rise and respond to creation's invitation to we the people. Let the sounds of peace billow out from our collective conscience and not our selfish ambitions. May the sounds of peace deafen the ears of tyrants and drown out the rhythms of war. Lord, we pray for peace and for strength for those who are suffering from the atrocities of war, particularly our brothers, our sisters, and all of the children in Ukraine and all who are opposed to war. Empower this body to lead our Commonwealth to remain in solidarity and stand up for truth and abhor division. Point this body to peace. Point our ambitions to peace. For we have flown the air like birds and swum the sea like fishes, but yet have learned the simple act of walking the earth like brothers, as Dr. King once said. Thus, help your servants of this chamber to echo the peace, love, liberty, and freedom that we are duty-bound to share with others. This is our prayer. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, March 1st, 2022.
The senator from King George, Senator Stewart, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. Those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5.
Ayes 33, noes 5. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that we waive the reading of the communications from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5.
Ayes 33, noes 5. The reading of the communication is waived. The clerk will now report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Thank you, Madam President. I move at this time that we suspend the privileges, waive the privileges of the floor, suspend the rules of the Senate, and grant access to the floor to a former and distinguished member, Senator Carrico.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. The chair recognizes the senator, again, Senator Carrico. Chair recognizes Senator Hackworth, a gentleman from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for a introduction.
The senator has the floor.
So, me and former Senator Carrico was introduced when I was on the campaign trail, and as we were riding around one day, suddenly occurred to me, and I looked over and I said, Bill, the great thing about having you ride with me is if I get something on my jacket, I can ask to borrow yours. So we became great friends, and I just appreciate his mentorship, and many times I've been able to call Bill and ask him something. He's been so gracious, and I would like to ask you to extend another warm welcome of the Senate to our friend and former colleague, Senator Bill Carrico.
Good morning again, Senator. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you on behalf of your colleagues. As you know, we came in together 20 years ago to the other body, that magnificent body. And then you graduated to a more magnificent body, I'm told. But here we are, and we welcome you, sir. Welcome back, truly. Well, we have already arrived at that time in the morning hour when we do welcome our distinguished guests in the gallery as well. And what we will do is the senator will call your name or the name of your group, and please stand at that time, and then we'll hold all applause until I talk about you, but I talk about you gently, and then we'll really applaud then. And so with that, I welcome to hear from Senator Abbott, the gentleman from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
I have the privilege this morning of introducing the minister who led us and really centered us with an inspirational invocation today, Michelle Milben. Michelle is the Minister of Children at the National Community Church of Nova, but this pastor has quite an impressive background beyond the pulpit. She has worked in politics and in government and with youth. She served on Capitol Hill as counsel for the House Judiciary Committee, attorney advisor in the U.S. Department of Justice, and twice in President Obama's White House as an advisor. Prior to law school, she was a youth pastor for 6 years and then switched gears to attend law school after answering the call to serve others. Minister Milben is the creator of Explanation Kids, a company that is developing nonpartisan, fact-based, age-appropriate content that kids, parents, and teachers can use as a tool to explain tough subjects. After leaving her post in the Obama White House in 2017, Pastor Milben had the idea for Explanation Kids, but it was an article in The Atlantic after the 2017 tragedy following the nationalist rally in Charlottesville that pushed her forward. After extensive research, she discovered holes in the way crowdsourced information was providing answers to kids' questions about the Charlottesville tragedy. So she decided to help kids get the answers they deserve about complicated topics with age-appropriate sensitivity. She also serves on the board for Alexandria's Carpenter Shelter, the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Washington, D.C., and the Northern Virginia Urban Alliance. And I would warn the senior senator from Chesapeake and the senator from Fairfax City that she could come down on a Thursday to Penny Lane because she has sung backup vocals at events like the Kennedy Center Honors for music legends including Diana Ross, Sting, Hart, Steven Tyler, James Taylor, Mavis Staples, Carrie Underwood, and Garth Brooks. So I think she would. I think she might be able to win that competition. So, Madam President, I would ask that you extend the warm welcome of the Senate to Minister Michelle Milben.
Good morning again, Minister. Oh boy, you have served at the highest echelons, from our Congress to our President, President Obama, and elsewhere. And then, if that weren't enough, you also serve the less fortunate as well in the shelter for children. And then you serve in other areas, the entertainment industry, also at the highest echelon, Sting and Mavis Temple and all of those. Amazing, truly amazing career you have had and the impact that you've had on lives. And so, Senators, let us give her the warm welcome of her Senate. Truly amazing. Do we have any other business to come for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will now call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, March the 2nd, 2022. Page 2. Unfinished business House. House Bill 421. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
The chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Sasslaw.
May that go by for the day?
Without objection.
Right.
House Bill 421, page 2, goes by for the day.
We are awaiting House action on the remaining bills in that section. Page 5, unfinished business Senate. Senate Bill 25 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment. It's merely clarifying. It does not change the bill at all.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 3.
Ayes 36, noes 3. The Senate concurs. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 71 has passed the House with amendment.
The gentleman again from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Madam President. This, again, is more wordsmithing and has no effect on the bill at all. I move that the bill pass. We concur with the amendments.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the amendments from the House on Senate Bill 71? All those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate accepts the House amendment.
Senate Bill 115 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the House substitute. This bill is just a plan for possible future capital outlay. It has no influence on what the end result will be. It's just a plan. The House has added 3 projects that we had not had, but some fights aren't worth having, and I think this is one of them. So I hope we will adopt the substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 142 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that we concur in the substitute of the House, or adopt the House as substitute.
With an explanation?
Yeah,
The senator has the floor.
Yeah, Madam President, there was a constitutional issues which I think we got it resolved in both houses, and the Senate House bill I think is before the governor right now for signature, except I believe, and that what this has to do with when it comes to delinquent property, property that's not been taken care of. It would allow the a special commissioner, the property to be conveyed to a special commissioner, or in certain other cases to protect the equity in the property of the property owner. If the property owner wants to protect the equity, the property would be sold or sent to a special commissioner to be sent to a land bank entity, which in turn could be used for good use for the community. So with that explanation, which is not a very good explanation, I move that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 256 has passed the House with a substitute.
Senator Bell, the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the House substitute and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. All this really does, they kept the actual verbiage of the bill, which is adds a recruiting incentive program that is at the discretion of the Adjutant General, and they had some concerns if it was in with the code area it was in. They moved it from 44-11.4 to 23.6610, so there wouldn't be any confusion that this would take away from educational funding. Again, the wording is exactly the same. With that, I move that we accept.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 265 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute, and speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The substitute brings the Senate bill and the House bill into agreement with each other. There were simply some technical changes, most especially around some dates that were not in agreement, and it also ensures that the House bill also carries the sunset clause that the Senate bill had already put in. So I move that we concur with the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate concur with the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 346 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we concur with the House substitute.
Yes, sir.
And there was just a couple
speaking
to it.
The senator has the floor.
There are just a couple of minor changes that needed to be made for technical reasons. So it's basically the same thing that we passed in the first place. So
the question is, shall the Senate accept the substitute? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 439 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is Adams Law, SB 439. It updates and strengthens higher education requirements to prevent further hazing. We've been working with advocates in the universities, and they were able to bring up issues after it had already passed through our body unanimously. So we made a couple of differences on the training and around the advisors. Some of the colleges and universities don't have advisors in their organizations, and so they would not be required to do so, only training for advisors where there is one. The second difference is in the immunity section. Both bills provide immunity from academic disciplinary procedures for bystanders. The House version makes it clear that nothing in the bill prohibited the governing board of any institution from requiring access to services to support individuals who receive disciplinary immunity, including counseling specific to alcohol or drug abuse. And I move that we accept the House substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the House substitute? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 451 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to change gears here, and I move that the Senate reject the House substitute. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This is the grocery tax.
The senator will suspend. The House will please come to order. The Senate. Well, then, all right, you're in order. The senator will continue.
Madam President, thank you so much. So this is the grocery tax exemption and menstrual products and personal hygiene exemption for taxes. Our version provides that 1% of the local tax would remain, and it would be in effect on January 1st, 2023. It would also provide, beginning February 1st, that an allocation of our state revenues to fund the distribution to localities for educational funding that would have been distributed to them absent the exemption created with this bill. The House substitute would eliminate both the state and the local tax on food purchased for human consumption and essential personal hygiene projects as of July 2022, and also would backfill the funding for education. Under the current law, such products are taxed at a reduced state sales and use at 1.5%, the standard local rate of 1%. And I ask that the body reject the House amendment and put this into conference.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So if we vote yes, we also are eliminating the regressive local tax on groceries, and we are also backfilling that money to our localities, is what the House of Delegates did. It sounds like this is a far preferable version. I would encourage a vote in the affirmative so that we can get rid of the regressive tax on groceries and also continue supporting public education through localities in the Commonwealth.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Deeds, Senator.
Speaking to the motion.
Senator Deeds.
I would suggest that a green vote is exactly the opposite. The House has provided a 2-year Band-Aid for this local tax, and if a green vote is an unfunded mandated requirement that localities raise their property tax. Now, if the gentleman wants to be in favor of property taxes and tax increases, that's for him to take up with his taxpayers. With my taxpayers, they don't want property tax increases, so the responsible vote here is a vote to vote as a red vote.
The chair recognizes Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the measure here.
The senator has the floor.
And I agree with the senator from Northwestern Fairfax as well as with the senator from Bath County. I think that they have accurately summarized the distinctions and differences and why it is much better to vote red on this particular thing, to vote down the concurrence with the House of Delegates on this issue. It would significantly reduce the amount of funding that would be available for this particular 2-year biennium that we're heading into in terms of meeting the needs of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It would create, as the senator from Bath said, basically an unfunded mandate. We would have 2 years of a patch to try to cover for the localities that would lose funding and which are in much more difficult straits than we are at the state level, and would do so permanently beyond that. We, on a bipartisan basis, took a clear stand here that we did not want to put local governments and localities into that predicament when we dealt with this bill initially. And what we did is the responsible course of action to take, and is not putting our localities in the situation where 2 years from now they would have a significant hole in their budgets and less ability to serve the constituents that they have within their jurisdictions. So I would urge people across the board and in both Republicans and Democrats to vote against this and provide an opportunity at some point in the future to be able to permanently permanently address that issue rather than just have a 2-year patch that helps and then goes away.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the gentleman from Rockingham County.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
You know, it was pointed out to me that, we've got a little bit of a flip narrative here. I was under the impression that the other side of the aisle stood up for the little people, and we stood up for the big people. But over there, I hear concerns about big property owners and property tax. I'm concerned about people who go to the grocery store every single day of the week, people whose ability to afford to feed their family is going to be affected. And I think it's about time that we stood up for the little people and did our job and provided this relief that this House amendment would provide. I salute my friends on the Finance Committee for the measure and for the efforts that they've made, but I kind of think that our friends down the hall maybe have a more productive twist on the outstanding work that my friends on the Finance Committee did. So I thank you, and I thank my friends down the hall.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, having served as a mayor of a city and understanding those so-called little people and their needs on an almost daily basis, I understand the property tax. And having to make a decision on the property tax, and serving as the mayor of a city that was over 400 years old, and raising the property tax didn't yield a whole lot in such a city. And I also understand that the grocery tax is indeed a regressive tax. However, when that tax was imposed, I knew that tax went to pay for education in my locality. And removing it without any understanding of what happens after 2 years for serving the educational needs of our communities is irresponsible. And if we do not make some decisions about what happens after those 2 years, makes absolutely no sense. So we need to make some decisions with regard to what we're going to do for public education for those so-called little people that we are serving. That's the decision that needs to be made. Yes, we need to do something about the grocery tax, but we also need to understand what that grocery tax serves in the first place. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President.
Chair again recognizes the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. Just speaking to the bill if nobody else is going to say anything.
The senator has the... Senator Saslaw, there's nothing here. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Speaking to the bill, a little
the senator has the floor.
I don't know how many of you all are aware of it, but the 4%, original 4% sales tax, which was put on food and everything else, was instituted by a conservative Republican by the name of Mills Godwin to pay for he didn't wind up that way, and to pay for the community college system that he started in the state of Virginia, Commonwealth.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Sudeline.
Thank you, Madam President. I would direct the body's attention.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
To direct the body's attention to this fine painting in the back of the chamber.
The senator.
Speak to the motion again.
The senator has the floor.
And there you will see a painting of Henry Howe, who challenged Mills Godwin for the governorship when after Mills Godwin, as a Democratic governor, instituted that tax. He instituted the sales tax, and Henry Howe ran those wonderful ads that said Mills Godwin to taxing. So if you want to make a fine Democratic vote in the spirit of wonderful Henry Howe, you will vote green. You will vote to affirm the House substitute and repeal the entire regressive meals tax. And with that, I might have lost the vote of the senator from James City County, but I hope we will do the right thing.
The chair recognizes Senator Edwards, the gentleman from Roanoke City.
Madam Chairman, Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
We would be irresponsible if we concurred in the House substitute. What this does, it takes important money from the localities, which is used for public education. As a person who campaigned on abolishing the state share of the food tax in 1999, and who put in a bill to abolish the state share of the food tax, among others, in 2004 or 2005, when we actually did that, we took away the state share of the food tax at that time. I think you still need to make up the difference when it comes to public education and transportation issues. And some part of the local tax, I think 0.5% or whatever it is, goes to public education. And if we don't make it up by doing something like raising the tax on the ultra wealthy, how many Republicans want to do that? I haven't seen any hands on that one. Unless they want to make up for this lack of educational funding for the localities, then I think we got to abolish, not concur in the substitute, and go put it in conference and work this thing out. With that being said, I hope we put a red vote on this particular matter.
If no one else wishes to speak, the chair again recognizes the patron, Senator Boysko, the gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County.
Madam President, thank you so much. I will remind the body that I have been working
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Speaking to the bill, I will remind the body that I have been carrying the tax cut bill to remove the menstrual products tax since I was elected. I have so pleased to see that my Republican colleagues have gotten on board with that, because I was made fun of the first few times that I carried the bill. I don't know if you all were at the VACO conference this past year, the Virginia Association of Counties, but supervisor after supervisor after supervisor came to me and said, please be careful if you are going to repeal the grocery tax. Our localities are living on that. And this is a fiscally responsible, reasonable approach. We are putting the bills in conference. I urge the body to vote no to put it in conference so that we can finally iron out the details. And with that, I ask you to vote red.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 23.
Aye 17, noes 23. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 473 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator McClellan, the senior senator from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the House substitute, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill that creates the school construction fund and program. And while the good news is the House and the Senate appear to be headed in the right direction, to funding, providing some funds back to our localities to help pay for their significant, over $25 billion in infrastructure needs for their schools. The bad news is we have very different approaches on how that fund should be used, the type of loans versus grants, and this is something that is going to have to be sorted out in conference. So reject it and vote red.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 39.
Ayes 0, noes 39. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 502 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, speaking to the House substitute.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, has Senate Bill 502 left this body, it represented a collaboration between local governments and the solar industry regarding the taxation of solar projects less than 5 megawatts. The bill provided that localities at their option could either use the machinery and tools tax or they could use a revenue sharing arrangement, but they had to do either but by ordinance. So what the House bill does is merely clarify that they cannot do both. They cannot use machinery and tools tax and also a revenue sharing ordinance. And so with that, Madam Chair, I move that we accept the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 528 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I would ask that we reject the House amendments, and speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. The House just wound up putting what we had corrected in Senate Finance to try to get the bill reasonably out at a good number. If we reject the amendments, it allows us to go to conference and really figure out what that number will be, and the conferees can hammer that out. But the good news is that we're all in agreement that we want to take care of our veterans. We just need to find the right number in the budget, Madam President.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 11, noes 29.
Ayes 11, noes 29. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 579 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Hanger, the gentleman from Augusta.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we concur with the House substitute, and I would like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill that would provide a refund to the taxpayers of the Commonwealth, and I wholeheartedly support it and want to do as much as we can. The difference between the House version and the Senate version, the House has allocated specifically $300 for an individual, $600 for a joint return. The Senate bill, as it left, we allocated roughly $1 billion to be refunded to the taxpayers of the Commonwealth, which equates roughly to $250 for an individual, $500 for a married couple. Madam President, members of the Senate, I think this is a great use of one-time money as we have surplus, and I want this number to be as large as we can make it. But if we adopt the House substitute at this moment, everything else being equal, we'll put about a $200 million hole in the Senate budget. Now, everything won't be equal as it comes out of conference, so maybe there are some things that we can adjust so that that number could increase. And I'm all for that. But at this moment, I would again ask the Senate to reject the House substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 15, noes 25.
Ayes 15, noes 25. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 595 is passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Pillion, the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute. And speaking the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The House substitute just makes the Senate Bill 595 identical to its companion bill, which passed the body 40-0.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
President, will the patron yield for a question, please?
Will the gentleman from Washington yield?
Always.
Senator Stanley.
Thank you. Madam President, I'd ask the gentleman, can you explain what the companion bill was exactly? Because I'd really like to have a great understanding from a wonderful speech from you, my friend, to explain to me why I need to accept this substitute, concur with the House substitute.
Senator Pillion.
Thank you, Madam President. He can find this online, I'm sure. And since this day is a very busy day for all of us, I'm sure we would just rather accept the substitute.
Madam President, will he yield for another question?
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. It is 100% accepted.
Senate Bill 616 is passed the House with an amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for a motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I move that the Senate concur with the House amendment. And speaking to that,
the senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. First off, too many of our children in Virginia are failing to read at grade level. Specifically, the number of first and second grade students who are at high risk for reading difficulties hit a historic high in 2021, with almost 2 times as many students being identified as at risk for reading failures as compared to pre-pandemic times. Second, these high failure rates are even worse for our children of color, our children from low-income backgrounds, and children with disabilities. Third, we need to remember that low income and low reading levels have been a long-standing problem in Virginia. They just got worse during the pandemic. For example, 2019 national level data indicates a sharp drop in literacy rates for Virginia's 4th and 8th graders. In other words, when it comes to teaching Virginia students to read, the status quo is simply not acceptable. And for that reason, Madam President, I move that we concur with the House amendment.
The question is, shall the House accept, shall the Senate accept the House amendment? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 685 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Mason, the gentleman from Williamsburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move we reject the House substitute. And speaking of that motion,
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm quite enamored with the House substitute because it looks exactly like the structure of my bill that it set up the Advanced Manufacturing Talent Investment Fund. But I spoke to my uncle from Southern Fairfax, and he suggested if I want to get invited to the family picnic, I should probably reject the substitute as a part of larger discussion. So I urge you to vote no.
The question is, shall the House substitute, let me restate that, with the recommendation that the House substitute be rejected, the question is, will it be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 686 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm confirming I'm getting invited to family picnic, ma'am, so I thank you very much. On this bill, I move that we concur with the House substitute. And speaking to that motion, Madam
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is the solar tax exemption that we are disallowing you taxing the independent solar features on homes. There was a similar bill down the hall that ran into some choppy water, so we adjusted this one to lower it from 30 kilowatts to 25, and this is now only residential. So residential and also agricultural, but residential on the agricultural lands only. So that's this bill, Madam President, that passed here 39-0, and so I move that we concur with the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The House substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 755 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Lucas, the gentlelady from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise for the purpose of the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, with the recommendation that we reject the House substitute, I move that the Senate concur with the House substitute. Speaking to that.
The senator may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, wrongfully convicted individuals are compensated based on Virginia's most recent annual median income. Income increase, but this bill increases the yearly compensation from $55,762 to $74,222. And it provides for an additional $25,000 compensation for time spent on death row, parole, sex offending registry, or probation. Madam President, the wrongfully convicted individuals loses their opportunity to get an education, build a career, and learn technological skills, and no amount of money can make them or their families whole. But a higher compensation amount can come closer to making up for lost financial opportunities. Restraints on innocent persons' liberties don't always end when the wrongfully convicted walk out of the prison. And the proposed $25,000 per year on various forms of post-incarceration supervision recognizes that reality. And with that explanation, Madam President, again, I move that we reject the House substitute and request the committee of conference.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 39.
Ayes 1, noes 39. House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 771 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Stewart, the gentleman from King George.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I would move that we concur with the House amendment and speaking to that.
Senator may say on.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the bill that decouples the personal property from other tax classifications. You all are all aware that as a result of inflated values of used vehicles, the commissioners of revenue are forced to tax at very high levels, and this bill would allow them to give our citizens some relief on those valuations. The House bill just doesn't get it, and so we need to get it into conference. So with that, I would, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move we concur with the House substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The House substitute is rejected.
We are awaiting House action on the remaining bills in that section.
Returning now to the morning hour, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today in the gallery, we are joined by some incredibly special guests. The Ambassador Sadiq Abou Bakar Y, and a delegation from the country of Sierra Leone. His Excellency serves as the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Chief of Mission of the Republic of Sierra Leone to the United States. His Excellency Y migrated to the United States in 1972 and earned a BA degree in political science and pre-law at Fordham University in New York City. He pursued graduate studies in public policy and organization theory at New York University's Wagner Graduate School of Public Service. Just a few of the highlights of his service. The police body camera program in the New York City Police Department was initiated by Ambassador Y in 2012 as a crime-fighting tool during the height of stop, question, and frisk criticism of the police department there. The introduction of the body camera reduced crime while promoting good relationships between the police and communities in New York City and across the country. Ambassador Y also facilitated the first high-level public safety meeting between the New York City Police Department executive staff and the African group of ambassadors accredited to the United Nations. During the war period in Sierra Leone from 1991 to 2002, Ambassador Y applied behind-the-scenes diplomatic pressures with open advocacy that resulted in forcing the Revolutionary United Front rebels to release several high-profile Sierra Leonean abductees. During the Ebola epidemic from 2013 to 2016, Ambassador Y championed the interests of Sierra Leone at the United Nations and helped in building donor confidence to pledge over $1 billion for Sierra Leone's post-Ebola recovery, while also securing concrete guarantees from donors and the government towards ensuring that the Ebola recovery process was decentralized and also transparent and accountable. On September 25th, 2021, His Excellency mobilized his friends and the African diaspora constituencies in raising and contributing funds to support the Hands Off Our Girls program in his home country, a program that is bringing awareness, policy, and support to eliminate such abuses as early childhood marriage. And I would note that thanks to the senator from Fauquier and myself, we actually ended and limited child marriage here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I ask, Madam President, that you give His Excellency and the delegation a very warm Senate welcome, and I'm glad they got to see the Senate at work today.
Good. We are going to applaud you for your excellent for your excellent care in attending to those things that are necessary to be paid attention to. For example, we keep hearing about the power of one. And Mr. Ambassador, that your life powerfully shows that. From the body cameras, that issue, and now it's all throughout America. And then better relations with the police. That also is another issue that is throughout America. And then everything else that you've done with the Ebola issue and the girls, which something is near and dear to my heart, and ensuring that those marriages are non-existent. So we thank you so very much to the rest of the delegation for coming and for observing us here. And senators, let us give them the warm welcome of the Virginia Senate. We will now continue with the calendar.
Contested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, before I make the next motion, I want to explain what the procedure will be. I'm going to make the motion that the bills that are on third reading, both uncontested and regular, at this point in time, go by temporarily. Then we'll get to second reading, and I will move that all bills, that we waive the constitutional reading for all the bills on second reading. That's uncontested and regular, but we will only take up the bills that are revenue bills because they have to be in conference tonight. There are no revenue bills in third reading, which is why we can let it go by temporarily. So with that, Madam President, I would move that the bills on third reading go by temporarily.
The question is, shall the bills now on the uncontested calendar, third reading, go by temporarily? And the regular calendar go by temporarily? All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The House bills on third reading, uncontested, and regular calendars go by temporarily. Chair again calls on the gentleman from
Senator.
The senator, but a gentleman from
allegedly
from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that all House bills on second reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 24 through 57, that's House Bill 29 through House Bill 1323, that the rules be suspended and the constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 24 through 57, House Bills 29 through House Bill 1323 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Chair calls again on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Sasslaw.
Madam President, I now move that all House bills that are now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, that's pages 24 through 30, House Bill 29 through 1308, be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
We're going to take those by for the day, but we're going to pull the bills out of the block to go by for the day first. And
the ones that are not revenue bills.
Right.
Thought I explained it, but okay. And
so that would be House Bill 29. These are the bills that are going to be pulled out of the block, so that the rest of them can pass by for the day. These are the revenue.
Are you going to read the numbers or you want me to read them?
You can read them if you have them.
Okay. The bills that we're going to pull out of the block that are revenue bills and have to be in conference today, that's House Bill 29, House Bill 30, House Bill 91, House Bill 103, House Bill 224, House Bill 348, I'll just say HB 402, HB 453, HB 551, HB HB 571, 574, 695, 763, 766, 767, 1006, 1121, 1128, 1199, 1308, and House Bill 90, House Bill 125, House Bill 455, House Bill 714, House Bill 1155, House Bill 1319, and finally House Bill 1353.
The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading, that is, all bills except for those the senator has just described, go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day. Returning to page 24.
House Bill 29, reported for the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
We need to set up blocks, so just say uncontested third reading.
Uncontested House bills on second reading, third reading. Block. They need to be put in a block.
Yes. Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Sasslaw.
Yes, and I would now move that the House bills on the uncontested calendar that have just been mentioned put in a block and placed on final passage, and anyone desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 24 through pages 30, that is, all of the revenue bills we just talked about, House Bills 29 through House Bill 1308, be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments, with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block may do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are again before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
House Bill 29, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw. Senator Howell. We're going through this again. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
And speaking to the amendments?
Well,
doesn't have to.
This just conforms the House bill to the Senate bill.
All right.
Also, I'd like to mention that those who on the Senate bill said that they had conflicts, those are being carried over, so you don't need to do it again. The same will be true on 30.
Okay.
House Bill.
They just need to agree to the amendments.
So we're going to agree to the amendments.
I would move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 30, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with Senate amendments substituted for House amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
I move that Senate amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
House Bill 91, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 103, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendment be agreed to.
The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 224, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 348, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 402, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 453, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriation with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator again from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 551, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you again, Madam President. I move the amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 571, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 574, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 695, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 763, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Barker, a gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 766, reported for the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 767, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1006, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1121, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1128, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
I move the substitute be agreed to, Madam President.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1199, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations. House Bill 1308, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Chair recognizes the senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendments be agreed to.
The question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to.
This is the end of the revenue bills in this section.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Madam President, could HB 30 on page 24 come out of the block?
That was HB
30 on page 24.
Page 24. Without objection, HB 30 on page 24 is out of the block. Chair recognizes Senator Newman, the gentleman from
Bedford.
Bedford.
Madam Chair, I guess this is a question to the front desk. Those of us that put in yellow sheets on the other bill can be assured that those yellow sheets will be applied to this bill as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's correct.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the board is reflecting these are on second reading, but these are actually on third reading for the members that are asking questions to my left.
We can't change that top level during this process.
Thank you.
That's a summer project.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Clerk.
So to clarify, these bills are on their final passage in the block. The question is, shall the House bills, pass in block? That is, all bills except for House Bill 30 on page 24. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
House Bill 30.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 30 currently is in the status of Senate Bill 30, and this would be for passage of that conformed bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Urge passage.
Yes, I urge passage. Thank you.
The question is, shall House Bill 30 pass? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 8.
Ayes 31, noes 8. The bill passes.
Page 49.
Turning to page 49. Regular calendar House bills on third reading.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Sudeline.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we just passed House Bill 30, I ask that we reconsider that vote for a member that was away from the desk.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 30 passed, be reconsidered? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Okay, you got it. You got it.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. The vote is reconsidered. Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Having previously explained House Bill 30, I move that it be that it pass.
The question is, shall House Bill 30 pass? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The bill passes.
Again, returning to page 49, regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 90, sales tax exemption for food purchased for human consumption and essential personal hygiene products. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, a gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you. I move that the committee substitute be adopted. It hasn't been? It has been. Okay, then I move that the bill pass.
No, you
were right.
You're right.
You're right.
Substitute.
Okay, good. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Howell.
Thank you. This is the companion bill of the sales tax on food that we just discussed and passed a few minutes ago. So I would move its passage.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes.
House Bill 125, elections, political campaign advertisements, illegal negative ads, civil penalties. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to, I move HB 125 pass, and speaking to that motion.
We're going to bring in the substitute.
First, I move that we adopt the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted. Senator Eben.
Now I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
This bill was the subject of extensive discussion in P&E committee. What it does is it increases the penalty for a violation when an advertisement expressly advocates the election or defeat of a clearly identified candidate, that a civil penalty may be imposed if there's no disclaimer of up to $25,000. We heard about egregious cases where people would intentionally leave off an authority line, being that the current penalty would be advisable by some consultants to be worth it to make unidentified robocalls or unidentified advertisements. And we left it as not to exceed $25,000, so there's not a mandatory penalty to exceed the current mandatory penalties, but to give the flexibility for the most egregious cases to be penalized appropriately. With that, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, Shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 455, casino gaming, sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages in establishments, etc. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
Chair recognizes the senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, this bill is identical to a bill from the senator from Portsmouth that we passed out here earlier in the session this year, dealing with the casinos and the food and alcohol that can be served within those. And this is identical to that, and I would therefore urge passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 35, noes 4, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
House Bill 714, Consumer Data Protection Act, definitions, enforcement, abolishes Consumer Privacy Fund. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Barker, the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill, and speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President and members of the Senate, this bill also is identical to one that we've already passed out of here, a bill from my seatmate, the senator from Western Fairfax, on the Consumer Data Protection Act and the Consumer Privacy Fund. With those things identified, I again renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 1155, Sales and Use Tax, Media-Related Exemptions. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking briefly to it.
The senator has the floor.
This is virtually identical to Senator Marsden's bill, which passed earlier this session. So I would ask that it pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
House Bill 1319, Beneficial Hardwood Management Practices, creates a non-refundable income tax credit. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Chair recognizes again the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the amendments be agreed to, and speaking to the amendments.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. This is the first of what will be several bills that have had the clause put on them. We were basically forced to put the clause on by an action of the House Appropriations Committee. They passed numerous bills without funding them in their budget. That has never happened before. They've always been accounted for. And so on those bills, we have put the clause. So that's the purpose of the clause here and in the next ones. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are accepted. Senator Howell.
Now I move that the bill pass. No.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes.
House Bill 1353, Virginia Football Stadium Authority, established. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I would move we adopt a substitute and a quick explanation. Delegate Knight
Senator has the floor.
Had a bill, and I've had a bill. He's conformed my bill to his down in the House now. I've conformed his bill to mine, and the differences will be dealt with in conference. Other than that, there's been no change to the bill that was in here several weeks ago, and I would move that we adopt the substitute.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted. Senator Saslaw.
And with that, I would move that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 9, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 30, noes 9, Rule 36-1. The bill passes.
House Bill 68.
Madam President.
That's the end of that section.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which House Bill 1353 passed, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 1353 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor of reconsideration will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. Senator Saslaw.
I haven't previously been explained. I would move its passage again.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
Turning to page 57. Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 134, designating April in 2022 and each succeeding year as Scots-Irish Heritage Month in Virginia.
Chair recognizes Senator Peterson, the gentleman from Fairfax City.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the resolution pass and speak to the motion.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. The idea for this resolution actually came from a dinner that I had with Mr. and Mrs. Jim Webb, Senator Webb, a good friend of mine and someone we know very well, who, of course, wrote about the Scotch-Irish. That I guess at some point got changed to Scots-Irish, but as a history that's really woven into the history of this nation as well as the history of the Commonwealth. the Scots-Irish people were originally Scottish dissenters. They were Protestants that had crossed and lived briefly in Ireland after Oliver Cromwell had made Ireland part of the Great Britain, and then eventually kept on moving to America. And Governor, I believe it was Spotswood, decided in the mid-1700s that in order to protect the frontier, which at that time was basically roughly Albemarle County and the counties along the spine of the Blue Ridge, that he needed some tough people there that would be able to survive, particularly in the face of the Cherokee and the Shawnee and Algonquian tribes, as well as just living out on the frontier with limited food, and gave away free acreage for the Scots-Irish families to settle there, and they did, and then became a part of American culture in a really significant way. Right now, I believe there, according to statistics, 27 million Americans that trace back to Scots-Irish ancestry, and I think there's a few of them in this body, including myself. And the Scots-Irish impact on the United States is really felt in a number of ways: music, whiskey, and also military exploits. The Scots-Irish are some of the great generals and men and women that served in our armed forces. And so I thought it was entirely appropriate, since the Scots-Irish really gained their identity on the western frontier of Virginia, that we recognize this unique tribe of people, and ask that we do so this April. And I hope you'll vote for the motion. Thank you.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Franklin County rise?
Madam President, will the gentleman yield for one quick question?
Will the gentleman from Fairfax City yield?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Senator Stanley.
Madam President, I'd ask the gentleman, and at first I would say I thank him for recognizing the heritage of many people who live in my area, including my family, and we appreciate the recognition. We do indeed. And we also know that the Scotch-Irish are ones that have always lived not only amongst each other peaceably, but also with a bit of civil disobedience in their heart when it came to big government or government at all. And I'm asking the gentleman, Madam President, that during Scotch-Irish Heritage Month, will moonshine be decriminalized for at least that 30-day period?
Senator Peterson.
Only in Franklin County.
Madam President, I thank the gentleman. Now I will be voting for this bill. Thank you.
The question is, Senator Morrissey, the gentleman from Richmond City.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Well, I'm certainly going to support this. I want to make sure that everybody is clear. We're talking about two different sovereigns, the Scots and the Irish. Now, having lived in Ireland for 3 years, and my ancestry dates back to Ireland, I'm just going to give you a few little differences just in case you wanted to side with the Irish or the Scots. Now, the first thing is their brogue. Everybody knows that the Irish have a lovely Irish brogue. It could be a soft Dublin accent, it could be a harder Belfast accent, or a mild County Cork. Whereas the Scots, every other syllable of every word they just leave out. Now let's talk about whiskey. You might like Scotch whiskey, but you might like Irish whiskey. There's a big difference. Jameson is Irish whiskey. All right? And if you want to do a little research, you can talk to my legislative assistant. He said there's nothing like a breakfast shot. What's a breakfast shot? A breakfast shot is 1 part Jameson, Irish whiskey, Senator Bell, 1 part butterscotch schnapps, and then an orange juice chaser. What about snakes? If there's anything in this world that scares me more than anything, it's snakes. I have a phobia of snakes. There are no snakes in Ireland. There are plenty of snakes in Scotland.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Loudoun rise?
Would the junior senator from Richmond yield for a question? Because it's way too far for me to just turn around and ask him.
Will the senator yield?
I will yield.
Senator Bell.
Since the gentleman mentioned Irish and Scottish whiskey and one of the fine brands, I would ask the gentleman, what is the difference between Irish and Scottish whiskey?
Senator Morrissey.
I would tell the gentleman I am not a whiskey enthusiast. I don't know, but I would defer to my friend from Bath County.
Senator, whatever you.
As long as we have plenty of time to spend on this topic, we don't have anything better to do. I will say to the gentleman that Irish whiskey is triple distilled, whereas Scotch whiskey is distilled once.
Senator Bell, further question.
Gentlemen, and I would want to keep this in mind as we talk about a festive Heritage Month of celebration. I thank the gentleman.
Senator Morrissey, you may continue.
Madam President. And I will continue. Remember, we're talking about the Scots or the Irish. Now, what about Ireland has the most wins of the Eurovision song competition, 7. Scotland has none. Ireland also holds some very interesting Guinness World Records. The first most cookies ever baked in an hour and the largest Irish tea towel. What about Scotland? Well, let's give kudos to the Scots. They did invent the game of golf. And there are many Scots living in the United States, as many that are actually living in Scotland. And of course, in the town of Bonnybridge, Scotland, they have had a whopping 300 UFO sightings almost every year. But back to the differences. Food. Ireland is known for its lovely lamb, whereas Scotland, they're known for their haggis. Do you know what haggis is? Do you want to know what haggis is? Haggis is a combination of heart, liver, and lungs. You remove the heart, liver, and lungs. Actually, you rip the heart out, the lung and the liver. You mix it with onions, salt, and pepper. That's haggis, as compared to the lovely Irish lamb chops. Now, finally, let me talk, and lastly, about the flour of the respective countries. And you tell me which side you want to side on, the Irish, Ireland, or Scotland. The shamrock has been the unofficial symbol of Ireland for centuries, whereas the thistle, which is a sharp, prickly leaf, is the national flower of Scotland. You choose Ireland or Scott. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Cosgrove, the senior senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak briefly to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I certainly hope that we will all put up a green light on this. My middle name being Aloysius. Yes. Long lineage. My grandparents actually came from Ireland. But I would ask that we all vote yes so this bill is not kilt.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Since I know we'll have some time to kill, I thought, and since the senator from Fairfax City referenced to the members of this body who have Scotch heritage, I thought, in the spirit of you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family, I thought I would confess to this body that not only do I have Scotch heritage, but found out in another time when we were sitting around waiting for the other body to act that I have a cousin in this body who happens to sit in front of me. The senator from Loudoun, John Bell, and I are actually distant cousins through my father's mother's family, the Bells of Tennessee, all of whom trace their lineage back to Scotland. So we choose Scotch whiskey over Irish.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the gentleman from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, speaking to the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I just want to make a couple things clear from the record. The difference between Irish whiskey and Scotch whiskey is where they're brewed. One is in Scotland and one is in Ireland.
Oh, wow. Hey.
But aside from that, Scotch whiskey is typically made from malted barley to taste fuller and heavier, where Irish whiskey is typically a combination of malted and unmalted barley. So it's a combination of the two. But, Madam President, I would tell the body, the Scots have to be given credit not only for golf, but for the volume of the container for which it comes in, because one shot per hole, that's how you get to 18, and a good Scotsman would know that. But, Mr. President, we're all Americans, so this is Irish whiskey and Scotch whiskey, but bourbon is the true American drink.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Enrico, Senator Donovan.
Madam President, just to round this out, there's a girl named
The
Sean.
senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I will say, knowing very little about alcohol, I have to step up and talk about when I was in Dublin and got to go to Jameson. There is a distinguishing characteristic of Scotch that has not been mentioned tonight, and that is that it is, the heat that is used for distilling is peat, which is why it's so stinky. So trust me, you want that delicious Irish whiskey.
The chair now recognizes again the gentleman from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Madam President, if nobody wishes to speak twice, I just simply thank everybody for their colloquy, and hopefully we can all put greens on the board. Thank you very much.
The president not wanting to be left out, her maiden name being Earl of Irish origin. Shall the resolution be agreed to? Those in favor of agreeing to Senate Joint Resolution 134 will say aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on first reading, Senate Joint Resolution 169, confirming appointments by the governor of certain persons communicated to the General Assembly February 18, 2022.
So I think we go back.
Returning to
11.
page 11. We're going to go through the whole.
Returning to page 11. Uncontested calendar, House bills on third reading.
Chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that all House bills on third reading, on the uncontested calendar, on pages 11 through 20, House Bill 1102 through House Bill 1325 be advanced to their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto. Any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall House bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 11 through 20, House Bill 1102 through House Bill 1325 be placed upon their final passage in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are now before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
House Bill 1102, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology. House Bill 1, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 2, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 164, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 190, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 219, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 315, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 321, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 454, reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Sudeline.
Thank you, Madam President. Can House Bill 315 on page 13 please come out of the block and by for the day?
Without objection, House Bill 315, page 13, is out of the block and by for the day.
House Bill 454, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 556, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 573, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and there's one floor amendment.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move the substitute. Or I move we...
Yes. You agree to the substitute.
Okay, I'll wave to the senator from Southern or Eastern Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute first.
The question is, shall the committee substitute be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee substitute is accepted. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the waive reading of the floor amendment.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. The gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the floor amendment. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This floor amendment takes out a not that was not supposed to be in the bill, which completely flipped the intent of this sentence. So it's basically a drafting error. If you need me to explain, it has to do with the tolling of a statute of limitations, but taking the not out reflects it to what I think we thought we passed. So that's basically what it does. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I'd hope we'd adopt the amendment.
The question is, shall the floor amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor amendment is agreed to.
House Bill 623, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 634, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary. House Bill 648, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 677, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair calls on Senator Deeds, the gentleman from Bath.
Madam President, I move the committee amendment.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are accepted.
House Bill 1028, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1088, reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendments.
Chair calls on Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam Chair, move the committee substitute.
Amendments.
I'm sorry, amendments.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are accepted.
House Bill 1194, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1212, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair calls on the senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move the committee amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are accepted.
House Bill 1256, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1258, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1268, reported from the Committee on Local Government with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Madam President, move adoption of the committee substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
House Bill 1271, reported from the Committee on Local Government. House Bill 1125, reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could go back to page 11 in House Bill 1102, if that could come out of the block and buy for the day, please.
Without objection, House Bill 1102, page 11, is out of the block and by for the day. The question is, shall the House bills pass en bloc? That is, all bills except for House Bill 1102 on page 11 and House Bill 315 on page 13, which are out of the block and by for the day. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, House bills on third reading. House Bill 277, recovery residencies disclosure to potential residents that residence is certified. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Chair recognizes...
two floor substitutes.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to follow through on all these motions, with the recommendation that we reject the substitute from Rehabilitation and Social Services, has that been done? Okay, very good. Madam President, I'd like to make further motions.
So we're going to reject... We already... Yes, we did. We rejected that. Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Okay. Madam President, there are two substitutes before you, and I wish to withdraw the substitute dated March 1st so I can get to the substitute dated March 2nd, which has a number 2 on it.
Without objection, the floor substitute dated March 1 is
withdrawn.
Without objection.
Thank you. Okay, Madam President, I would like to now waive the reading of the floor substitute dated March 2nd, and it would have a number 2 on it.
The question is, shall the reading of House substitute dated March 2nd, number 2, be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute number 2 is waived.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to in speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The only difference between the substitute before you and the substitute we discussed yesterday is we added language that the uniform building code would be the a standard by which the credentialing agency would in fact be monitoring their homes. And there are two credentialing agencies. They are directed by the Department of Behavioral Health, and those two credentialing agencies are the Virginia Association of Recovery Residences and Oxford Home. And I want to note that the other item to pay close attention to is there's no reference in here to any changes in any zoning ordinance. So this entire substitute, which is in fact the bill before you, deals with recovery residences, what their responsibilities are, has credentialing agencies, what their responsibilities are in terms of advising prospective customers on the kind of program or the kind of model, housing model that is offered to help those who are recovering from substance abuse disorder. So I really do hope that it is the will of the body to adopt this substitute before you.
The question is, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, would the gentle lady yield for a question?
Will the senator yield? Senator Favola.
Yes, I will yield.
The junior senator from Richmond City has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So just to be clear, before the credentialing authority was either the National Alliance for Recovery Residences or Oxford House, those with this substitute, those two credentialing authorities remain. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, that is correct.
Would the gentlelady yield for another question?
Will the gentlelady yield for another question?
I will.
Senator Favola yields. Senator Morrissey has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. With question to the verbiage on lines 33 at SEC talking about minimum square footage, would that then allow a local authority to prevent a recovering home for recovery residents from coming into a neighborhood if it didn't fit that local authority's square footage model?
Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, the local authorities actually monitor against the Virginia Uniform Building Code. So nothing in here would prevent the local authority from doing its job.
The gentleman.
Further question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam President. Would the gentlelady yield for a final question?
Will the gentlelady from Arlington yield?
I will, yes.
The junior senator from Richmond City has the floor.
Let me try to get to the gist of my question, and maybe I'll put it this way. There are some neighborhoods and some areas that are against a recovery home for whatever reasons. And up to this point, heretofore, they could not prevent a recovery home from coming into their neighborhood because it was a recovery home. Does this bill and this substitute limit the number of recovery homes that could go into a neighborhood or neighborhoods, or does it keep the status quo?
Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. It keeps the status quo.
All right. I thank the gentlelady.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Enrico, Senator Donovan. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the floor amendment.
The senator has the floor.
I want to thank my friend, the colleague, senator from Arlington, for this amendment. The Virginia Code right now, Section 15.2-2291, is what allows group homes to be sited in residential neighborhoods without special zoning authority. It specifically carves out drug rehabilitation or homes that are either for drug rehab or for people that are addicted to drugs. And there's been a lot of litigation about that, about exactly what that means. So rather than rewrite that code section, I think what the senator has done is put this in a different section of the code to define what these homes are, and we'll leave that battle for another day. So I ask we support the floor amendment.
If no one else wishes to speak, the chair recognizes again Senator Favola.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And I thank my friend for so adequately explaining exactly what the context is of this bill. I would move now that the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
I don't have...
It's the floor substitute. Still,
substitute.
So we have to
Go ahead,
agree to it.
Madam President, I ask that the floor substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator Favola.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I now move that the bill pass. And briefly speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill, I think, really does serve a very needed purpose. We had a regretful situation in Northern Virginia where a family and a loved one did not understand exactly what services were offered and what services were not offered in a particular recovery home. And it was unfortunate a death occurred. And as we dug into the details, we understood there wasn't a lot of information out there for consumers to understand these different models and how they could prepare an individual who was on the road to recovery and at what stage an individual could or should access a different type of home. So that really was the reason behind this bill. There certainly is a lot more to do. There are pending lawsuits on zoning issues, so I'm sure we'll be back in future sessions. Having said all that, I do hope the bill passes, and thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The bill passes.
House Bill 223, Insurance. Locality may provide for employees of certain public school foundations. Reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Madam President, move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, House Bill 223 provides that localities may provide group life, health, and accident insurance programs for employees of local public school foundations. Renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 350, Threats and Harassment of Certain Officials and Property Venue. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I would like to speak against this bill. Madam President,
You're speaking.
Okay, all right.
You're moving to pass the bill, sir. Does Senator Edwards
Somebody would like to move for the bill. I would like to speak against it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll move that the bill pass and speak in favor.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this has to do with the venue of a criminal action that's brought when there's a threat against a member of the General Assembly and or a statewide official. Right now, as with any criminal offense, the venue is where the threat occurred or where the incident occurred, which means either where it emanated from or where it was received. That's the code, and that's the way it works for everybody else in Virginia. There's this thought that somehow people in the General Assembly are special, and therefore if somebody makes a threat against us and the venue cannot be determined, that we ought to have unique jurisdiction in the city of Richmond. I disagree with that. I don't think there's any need to have unique...
Madam President.
The senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
I will yield.
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman just
Senator
stated,
Bath. Senator
I'm
Deeds.
sorry. The gentleman just stated that the law at present is one way and that a change is sought to be made. Does the gentleman not recall that a year or two ago we changed the law to say that when a threat is made against a member of the General Assembly or a statewide elected official, the venue is where the event, where the call was made, where it was received, or if neither can be established in the city of Richmond?
Senator Peterson.
And
the law at present.
And the gentleman member, I voted against that bill, and I'm glad to have it re-argued. But thank you for the question.
That is, well, the
Senator Deeds. Further question?
Will agree with me that the change then.
Further question, sir?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
the gentleman will then agree with me that the change he advocates now is not what was already done, but to undo what was already done. To undo the current law, which says that if there's a call from out of state, venue can be where the call is received or in the city of Richmond.
Senator Peterson.
I'll respond to the gentleman. My position has been consistent from day one. And the bottom line is, if it's received, then it would be the venue in which it is received. So if I receive a call at home in Fairfax City, it would be Fairfax City. If I receive it at my office in the General Assembly, then it would be here in the city of Richmond.
Okay.
Go to Hawaii. I renew my call to pass the bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, we just passed this bill.
Speaking to the bill, sir?
Yeah, speaking to the bill. We just
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. We just passed this bill last year. And those that are opposed this bill, I'm not sure they fully understand it. It's a strictly venue bill. Let me explain. The law has been, still would remain, a prosecution is a threat, for example, against certain people. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, members of the General Assembly, members of the Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court of Virginia, or the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and Attorney General elect. That's all. And it would apply in the situation only where, obviously, where the threat is made or where the threat is received, or in the city of Richmond if venue cannot otherwise be established. Now, that happens. There's a senior senator from Fairfax just made a comment, what about you're in Hawaii? Let's say the governor goes down to Grundy, and he gets a threat there on his iPhone, and that happens. You get a threat. You don't know where the threat may be coming from. Alaska, out of Mongolia, you don't know. We're in a new world called the internet. And you get threat, and you're physically in Grundy, for example. The governor would then have to, if you want to bring a case against a person, would have to go to Grundy. Or if he could find out where the thing came from, go to out of Mongolia or Alaska or wherever it happens to come. You don't know where you may be. That's the problem. And all this does is simply say, we'll add a venue in these situations in Richmond if you cannot otherwise figure out where the threat came from or where you received the threat. And that happens in the era of the internet. It's very simple. All we tried to do is solve a simple problem last year. Again, it's the venue is where the threat is made or received. But if you don't know where it's made or received, which happens, then it could be in the city of Richmond if venue cannot otherwise be established. It's very simple. We're living in a new world. We're not the horse and buggy years. We're not even with the telephone wires. We have internets, and everybody has internet, and the governor or one of us could be, as I use the term Grundy because I know where Grundy is. I'm not sure everybody knows where Grundy is, but those of us in Southwest Virginia, you may be somewhere, and the governor or one of us gets a threat while we're somewhere else, and you don't know where it came from, and you don't know where you were when you got it. That could easily happen. So therefore, under these conditions, and it's limited to this, and those conditions, you can bring it here in the city of Richmond under these circumstances, under these people, and that's all it does. So my thinking is people who wanted to change the law and go back to where it used to be, you're ignoring the fact that we now live in the age of the internet. So it's an either-or situation. So I hope the body would vote against this bill. It should never have been brought.
Madam President.
Madam President. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tazewell, Senator Hackworth.
Respond to the senator from Roanoke City. If he was in Grundy, he couldn't receive a call
the gentleman
because there's no cell service in Grundy.
A little dose of reality.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. It's important to remember that it's going to be very rare circumstances under which venue would lie in the city of Richmond in the first place. And the reason the city of Richmond was selected was because it's the seat of government. But I'll give you a couple of fact patterns where it would be difficult to determine where a communication was received. And especially if it was an anonymous communication. If an email or a phone call is made at 6:22 and you're on an airplane and you don't check your email or check your voicemail until later and you're in a completely different place, when was it received? Was it received when it arrived in your inbox? Was it received when the voicemail was received in your voicemail box? Or was it where you happened to see it? If a written letter, and this happens all the time, if a written letter arrives in your P.O. box and someone else gets your mail, say in Richmond, and brings it to you in Norfolk, was it received when your agent picked it up from the P.O. box or when you received it in Norfolk? Under most circumstances, you will be able to determine where it was received or sent. But there are rare situations where you won't. And all this did was say, in the very unlikely event, you cannot determine one of those two places, venue will be in the seat of government. And that's why I can't support the bill.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Madam President, speaking of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, members of the Senate, our friends in Washington every once in a while pass legislation that applies to everyone except for members of Congress. This is exactly the opposite of that. What we are saying is that every once in a while there's difficulty establishing venue for a criminal prosecution in a case. The situations just described by the senior senator from the city of Richmond, may certainly happen with somebody who makes a threat against me or against the governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia or Madam President. But it equally could happen to somebody who makes a threat against my wife or my daughter or my son or my legislative aide or my legislative aide's husband. Why on earth would we want this kind of special treatment? I know why we'd want it, but do we deserve it? That is the question. If this is to address a gap in our criminal law of the Commonwealth of Virginia, we ought to solve it for everybody. And not just for ourselves. We're not in that business. We're not that privileged. We need to stop doing that. This bill ought to be passed. If we need to fix a problem, let's come back next year and fix it for everybody, not just for the privileged few.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam President. Would the gentleman from Roanoke City yield for a question?
I'll be happy
Will
to yield.
Senator Edwards yield?
I'll be happy to yield, Madam
Junior
President.
senator from Richmond City has the floor.
I would first preface my question by saying that the gentleman from Rockingham preempted my concern, so I'll ask this question. Why should we give a carve-out for elected officials that serve in the capital city as opposed to every other individual who doesn't have the privilege of being an elected official? Why that carve-out?
Senator Edwards.
Madam President, the reason is we do our business mostly here in Richmond, but we live elsewhere.
Okay.
And you don't know where these threats may come from. If you live in a certain spot, the odds are you're going to get and you don't travel a lot, the odds are the threat will come there if you use the internet, wherever you live. But we do most of our business here in Richmond. That is the seat of government. That's where the governor lives, lieutenant governor, the attorney general. This is where we live. And this is where the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals does most of their business. It's that simple.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. I thank the gentleman.
Madam President, if the gentleman from Roanoke would yield to me for a second.
I yield to the senator
Well, the senator from Will the senator from Roanoke City yield?
I would yield to the senator from Bath County.
Madam President, I would
Senator
answer
from Bath.
the junior senator from the city of Richmond this way. I don't want my wife or my children to receive threats either, and I want them to be. I'm probably going to go looking for the person that makes those threats myself. But those of us who choose to be in or have the chance, the great opportunity to be in public office, we do our work in public. We expose ourselves to the elements every single day. We are much more likely to get threats electronically, telephonically, lots of different ways. What happens when one of our members is out of state, when they open their email box and they have a threat? They have a threat that they perceive to be serious. I mean, it's a great opportunity for us, I guess, and a privilege for us to turn it over to the Capitol Police and ask them to look into it. But we do our business in public. And for that reason, we need a venue in which these offenses can be prosecuted.
The chair again recognizes the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Madam President, nobody else wishes to speak. I will speak very briefly in response and with respect to my colleagues. There's a lot of people that do their business in public. Let's start with teachers. How about principals? How about referees? There's a lot of people that are in positions where they get a little bit of unpopularity. We're not special, okay? We're not special. No, we're not special. So we don't need this bill. These are laws of general application. Let's keep them a general application, and let's please support this bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
House Bill 443. Park Authority's authority to operate, etc., electric vehicle charging stations. Reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, House Bill 443 allows park authorities authority over EVS, electric vehicle charging stations, within their properties. It exempts the electricity provided from the park, from those authorities to those EV stations, from the definition of retail sale of electricity, and it also adds park authorities to the list of existing entities that the SCC cannot regulate as to charges and fees for the electricity provided to the EV charging stations. Renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Madam President.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which the Senate agreed to House Bill 350, I'd ask that we reconsider that vote so a friend of mine who thought he was special now realizes he isn't would like to correct the vote. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall House Bill 350, the vote by which it passed, be reconsidered? Those in favor of reconsideration will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0. Rule 36-1. The vote is reconsidered. Again, The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Madam President, I move the bill pass, having been previously explained.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 445, high-speed broadband service, expanding to new residential and commercial development. Reported from the Committee on Local Government.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Madam President, move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, House Bill 445 directs the Department of Housing and Community Development to convene a stakeholder group to review and consider state and local policies relative to deployment of broadband, high-speed internet, and broadband infrastructure to new residential and new commercial developments. I renew my motion that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
House Bill 736, search warrants execution. Reported for the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Chair calls on the gentleman from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
I move the committee amendments.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator Edwards.
Madam, now move that the bill pass. It's a very simple bill on search warrants.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, it's simply the only real change of any significance is it moves the time for where search warrants can be done during the daytime from 8 to 5 to 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. and the provisions to not become effective to 2023 session with a reenactment clause. Reenactment clause for the next year. That's all it does. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The bill passes.
House Bill 813, Law Enforcement Agencies, Acquisition and Use of Military Property. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Edwards.
Madam President, this is similar to the bill of Senator Reeves, Senate Bill 328, and reported from the Senate 39-0. The Senate bill clarified that the language of the statute regarding acquisition of military property by law enforcement be clarified that a 50 caliber limitations apply only to rifles and not to other firearms such as shotguns and the like. So this is a clarifying language, but it's very similar to Senator Reeves' bill. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes.
House Bill 904, Pound, Town of, repealing charter, effective date. Reported from the Committee on Local Government with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Lewis, the gentleman from Accomack.
Madam President, move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, House Bill 904 repeals the charter for the town of Pound, or if you're from the Eastern Shore, Pound. And as it came to the body, it had an effective date of July 1, 2023, and the Senate amendment changed that.
Senator?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. We have to adopt the amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Move the amendment.
The question is, shall the amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted.
And now,
Senator Lewis.
Now, Madam President, the amendment simply changed the effective date of July 1, 2023 to November 1, 2023.
The question is...
Move the bill pass. I thought it did.
Shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The bill passes. Senate will temporarily be at ease. Temporarily. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes the House will come to order. The Senate will then come to order. Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax.
Madam President, the orderly Senate will now stand in recess till 4 o'clock. All right, till midnight. All right.
The Senate will stand in recess until 4 p.m.
Madam President, before we do that, could I ask the gentleman or Madam Clerk, is this anticipation 2 other recesses before we complete the transition of bills back and forth? Is that accurate?
This is so general laws can meet. General laws will meet in Senate Room 3. They have 30 bills on the docket.
Madam President,
Senator McDougall.
Can I ask Madam Clerk, how many times will we have to recess in order for all the revenue bills to be in conference?
I am not a magician. I don't know.
Are there any other questions? Will the clerk now read the announcements?
General Laws will meet in Senate Room 3 immediately upon recess.
The Senate is now at recess until 4 p.m. today.
And there will be at least 3 breaks after this.
Are we at recess again?
Let's just be at ease.
The Senate will be at ease. the Senate will come to order. Have the House on my mind. The clerk will now report any communications from the House of Delegates. The chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I move that we waive the reading of communications from the House.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of waiving the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, no 6. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
We are awaiting House action on unfinished business House. If you go to page 6 on your supplemental calendar, unfinished business Senate. Senate Bill 47 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes a gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that we accept the House substitute.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 1, noes 36.
Ayes 1, noes 36. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 271 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be rejected. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
This is the bill that dealt with protecting living organ donors, and the House only dealt with the insurance discrimination. They did not hear in full committee about the portion of our bill that dealt with employment discrimination, in part because they were keeping me busy in another committee with another bill. So I move that we reject the substitute and we can go to conference on this.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 278 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair again recognizes the gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be accepted. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
This is the electric vehicle charging station parking bill, and the House provided for a $50 fine for cars that are parked in a station when they're not an electric vehicle, rather than providing for towing or a higher fine. I think this is the best we're going to do this year, and I think it sends the right message to protect the investors of this infrastructure, that the parking is not allowable and that there is a fine. So with that, I ask that we accept the House substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? All those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 288 has passed the House with a substitute.
The gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be accepted. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is the bill that has to deal with the corporate interest deduction. Currently, Virginia has a 20% allowable deduction. The Senate bill was to be 60% with the clause, but we funded, I believe, 30% in the budget as the House did in their budget. So this brings us to a 30% business interest deduction, which is, I think, the best we'll do for this year and certainly a very strong step in the right direction for our business climate. With that, again, I renew my motion that we accept the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 399 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Loudoun, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we accept the House amendment, House substitute, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, it's a very minor change. They just changed the wording in the first line under the civil penalty. It was worded before whether qualified pursuant to this article or not to whether permitted or qualified. So with that, move that we again accept the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-3. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 401 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Bell, the gentleman from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we accept the House substitute and speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. On this one, there was a change to strike general fund and instead insert qualified organizations permitted pursuant to the provisions of the article, and this was related to the fees that are generated for the enforcement. We did a double check on this, and it still aligns with the bill. So with that, I move that we accept the substitute.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 37, no 0, Rule 36-3. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 403 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation we reject the House substitute, I would agree that we concur with the amendment or the substitute. And speaking to that,
the senator has the floor.
Madam President, as a part of this process going through, this is the bill that will define social quarters and a number of things under the 18.2 code section. Myself and some of the colleagues that have worked on this throughout the summer in this session have made promises, and we need to get this thing into conference so we can finish the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 37, Rule 36-3.
Ayes 0, noes 37, Rule 36-3. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 530 has passed the House with amendment.
Chair again recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we concur with the House amendment in speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, this is a technical change. There's 2 words, an or to an and, that the House caught that needed to be fixed. With that, I would ask that we accept the amendments.
The question is, shall the Senate accept the House amendment? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. The House amendment is accepted.
Senate Bill 692 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the House substitute and speak to the motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill on pass-through entity taxation, and hopefully this will be the final vote, so it's pretty important, so give me 20 seconds. Basically, right now, if you have a pass-through entity, you would pay the taxes at the personal level, and you are limited in your state and local tax deduction. In other words, the taxes you pay state and local, you're limited on what you can take on your federal deduction. However, if we pass this bill, then if you pay those state and local taxes through a pass-through entity, i.e. an LLC or a PC, you can go back and consider that a business expense, and so you would actually get federal credit. I know, Norma, this is saving you money. Pay attention. So the bottom line is, if you pass this bill, what we did in the House was make it possible that this won't take effect till the 22 return, but you'll be able to file an amended 21 return and get that money back. So please accept the amendment.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of accepting the House substitute will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The House substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 727 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Sasselon.
Madam President, with a recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move it be accepted. This was, as I explained earlier,
the senator has the floor.
On the Stadium Authority bill. He conformed my bill to his, and I've conformed his to mine, and this is mine that he conformed to his. So I would ask that you reject it, and with that, I move that we accept the amendment, the substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the House substitute be agreed to? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 0, noes 40.
Ayes 0, noes 40. The House substitute is rejected.
Senate Bill 768 has passed the House with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you for catching me on the last one. I was engaged on something. Members of the body, I would ask that you concur with the House substitute in speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
If you all remember, this had to do with the ability for the Commissioner of Veteran Services to waiver a member that had a parent that was a stepchild that had GI benefits. One of the things the House figured out, and we just missed it, was a child who is a stepchild of a deceased military service member for that GI Bill. It was a good catch and a good amendment, and I'd ask that we pass it.
The question is, shall the House substitute be accepted? Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The House substitute prevails.
And that's all the business we have before us at this time. At this time.
The House will be at E. I'm going over to the House. The Senate will be at ease.
Anybody got a black highlighter?
We'll record their votes aye. Where's everybody? Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, no 7.
Ayes 33, no 7. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
Unfinished business, House. House Bill 29. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Madam President, I move that we insist and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its bill and request respectfully a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The House insists on its bill and requests a committee.
House Bill 30. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
The chair again recognizes the senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion will please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 3.
Ayes 33, noes 3. The Senate insists on its request and a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 90. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate...
Madam President.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Just speaking very briefly to this.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly to this is just a reminder that if you'd like to offer the full tax relief and repeal this regressive tax relief, this regressive tax, and do what good former Lieutenant Governor Henry Howell would like us to do, we ought to vote no and not insist and request.
Madam President.
The chair recognizes the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Madam President. Could this go by temporarily? No.
It cannot. We have to hear it.
Or it dies.
Or it dies.
She said
you withdraw your motion?
No. I withdraw.
She said temporarily?
I said temporarily.
Oh. Not for the day. Not for the day.
Yeah, temporarily.
Yes, without objection. The bill goes by temporarily.
House Bill 348. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair again recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
Now, House Bill 348. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
Isn't that? The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute for House Bill 348 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 763. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to insist on the substitute and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
House Bill 1128 the House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists.
House Bill 1308. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Chair recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments on House Bill 1308 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The House insists and requests a committee of conference.
House Bill 1319. The House has rejected the Senate amendments.
Chair recognizes the gentlelady again from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its amendments and request a committee of conference on House Bill 1319? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The Senate insists and requests on its amendments.
Returning to page 2.
1353.
Wait a minute. Hold on. House Bill 1353. The House has rejected the Senate substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator again from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howell. Northern. Southern. Senior.
Whatever. Madam President, I would move that the Senate insist on its amendment and request a committee of conference. Its substitute.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute to House Bill 1353 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference on the bill.
Returning to page 2, House Bill 125. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute. On House Bill 453, the House has agreed to the Senate substitute. Sorry.
Yeah.
Never mind.
And then 551.
House 551, the House has agreed to the Senate amendments.
On page 4.
On House Bill 1121, the House has agreed to the Senate substitute.
So now just go back to House Bill 90 on page 2.
Going back to House Bill 90 on page 2.
Chair again recognizes Senator Howell, the gentlelady from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we, insist on our amendments and request a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate insist on its substitute on House Bill 90 and respectfully request a committee of conference on the bill? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, no 6.
Ayes 34, no 6. The Senate insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
On page 9. Senate Bill 451. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes a gentlelady from northwestern Fairfax County, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 451? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
You want to name the conferees?
Conferees on the part of the Senate as named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Boysko, Barker, and Norman. On Senate Bill 528, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we accede to the conference committee.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a conference committee on Senate Bill 528? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to the request for a conference committee.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senator Reeves, Locke, and Deeds.
Okay, returning. I have not marked your sheet, but we did get another communication.
She's getting it. Does he have them now? You got them? Okay. Mm-hmm. The Senate will be at ease.
Do you want to put like a star beside the ones we're going to do?
The Senate will come back to order.
Returning to page 6, Senate Bill 47, the House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes a gentlelady from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the request for a committee of conference.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 47? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to a request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, are Senators Locke, Lucas, and Hanger. Senate Bill 271. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accede to the House request.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 271? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The Senate accedes to a request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Commerce and Labor, Senator Saslar, are Senators Eben, Mason, and Lewis. Senate Bill 403. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes Senator Reeves, the gentleman from Spotsylvania.
Thank you, Madam President. I would ask that we accede to the conference committee so we can finish this charitable gaming up. Thank you.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 403? All those in favor of the motion, please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37.
6-3.
Rule 36-3.
Ayes 37, no 0. Rule 36-3. The Senate accedes to a request.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Barker, are Senators Reeves, Bell, and McPike. On page 8, Senate Bill 727. The House insists on its substitute and requests a committee of conference.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Fairfax County, the senior senator.
Madam President, I move that we accede to the House request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 727.
The question is, shall the Senate accede to the request for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 727? All those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 30, noes 10.
Ayes 30, noes 10. Senate accedes to the request for a committee of conference.
Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Lucas, Newman, and Eben.
The Senate will be at ease. The Senate will again be at ease. clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 5.
Ayes 28, noes 5. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived.
The House of Delegates has acceded to the request of the Senate for a committee of conference on House Bill 29. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Howell, Barker, Hanger, Locke, Lucas, Newman, Norman, and Saslaw. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference on House Bill 30. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Howell, Barker, Hanger, Locke, Lucas, Newman, Norman, and Saslaw. The House has acceded to a request of a committee of conference on House Bill 90. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Boysko, Barker, and Norman. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference on House Bill 103. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senators Lucas, Marsden, and Ruff. The House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference on House Bill 348. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, of Senators Saslaw, Barker, and Vogel. The House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference on House Bill 763. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Barker, or Senators Reeves, Bell, and McPike. The House has acceded to a committee of conference on House Bill 1128. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, Senators Reeves, Locke, and Deeds. On House Bill 1308, the House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, Senators Barker, Peterson, and Norman. On House Bill 1319, the House has acceded to a request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senator Deeds, Ruff, and Vogel. On House Bill 1353, the House has acceded to the request for a committee of conference. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Finance and Appropriations, Senator Howell, or Senator Saslaw, Newman, and Eben.
These two are from the beginning of the day, but they need to be read.
Okay, these are from the beginning of the day on House Bill 764. Conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of General Laws and Technology, Senator Barker, or Senators Bell, Reeves, and McPike. On House Bill 1060, conferees on the part of the Senate is named by the Chair of Rehabilitation and Social Services, Senator Favola, or Senators Favola, Mason, and Hanger. We're done. It's a miracle. One of the earliest ever that we've done this.
The chair calls on the senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Madam President, I inquire of the clerk, does that complete the calendar and the business for today?
Not the basketball game.
Not the basketball game. All right.
It does complete the calendar, yes, sir.
I yield to Bob Cousy over there in the Fairfax.
Chair calls on the gentleman from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Rise for an announcement.
Senator has the floor.
I just say if I could have all my players be at the court at 7 p.m., bring your basketball kit, and obviously everyone please come and cheer us on And we will be having drinks afterwards on Saslaw's credit card at the Hilton Bar. Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Thursday, March the 3rd, the Committee on Education and Health will meet at 8 a.m., Senate Room A, Pocahontas. Democratic Caucus will meet at 11 a.m., Senate Room 1 in the Capitol. Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 2 in the Capitol. Have a nice evening.
The chair calls on the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate adjourn until 12 o'clock noon tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 12 o'clock noon tomorrow.